each, and then we will have a discussion. We have a comment box on Facebook and YouTube. I'm passing the floor to the first guest speaker, Maria João. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Culturgest the opportunity to be a part in this conference cycle on longevity, a topic which touches us all ages, the younger and the older. The topic of longevity is undeniably linked to another topic which will be the main focus of my presentation, which is demographic aging. Based upon demographic aging, I have organized my presentation around 4 topics. I will start by briefly introducing the evolution of the age structure in the recent past and in the future. Then I will discuss the role of mortality in this evolution. Then I will introduce some myths which makes us fear this very important activity of modern societies, which is aging. And lastly, implications or implications of this new way of evolving in view of this reality. So I'm going to point out the main trends in Portugal. Portugal, in the last 4 decades, has been seeing a decrease of the younger population under 25 and an increase of the older population over 25. Although the Portuguese population has been increased in this period from 71 to 2018, there have been an increase of 1.5 million inhabitants. This increase has not been equally distributed. Age groups, the younger have lost in numbers, less 1 million than 71, and the older are plus 1.4 million than 71. So currently, we have more people 65 over 65. The ratio is 157, whereas in 1971 we had exactly the opposite. We had more people under 15, and the ratio was 34 to reach 100 young people behind 34 over 65. So there is a version of the distributed groups and also with the group of the working population, because the population of working population with each person over 65, the ratio was 6, and currently it is half. This happened in the recent past. In relation to the near future, the trend will be the same, or will be even more accentuated, will be even by 2050. And this is the scenario for the statistics. We expect that the groups up to 65, they can see significant reductions, and the over 65 will increase. So the people over 65, which represent 1/5 of the population, around 22%, will be the equivalent of 1/3 of the population, i.e., around 35% of the total number of residents in Portugal. But Portugal is not original for the fact that we're aging. We're not alone in this scenario. The world as a whole is aging, and Europe is the most aged continent. Looking at this age pyramid for the world from 1950 to 2100, we see that the pyramid, the yellow part is increasing in terms of years. The reference starts in the dark blue, and we see that the pyramid is becoming faster. It means that there are more and more inhabitants. I remember that in 1950 we had 2.5 billion people on planet Earth, and currently we have 3 times more. We, we are 7.6 billion, it's not which greater in terms of the age groups. The profile has changed a great deal. In 1950s, we had a pyramid which is very close to a triangular pyramid. The younger population and evolution is the statistical weight of the more advanced ages is increasing, and on the other hand, the younger population is decreasing in terms of importance compared with the older population. Although the loss and the low levels of fertility are at the origin of demographic aging, this is not just the reason explaining this fact. Mortality is also essential to truly understand what is taking place. It's not because um, men live longer, it's the expansion of the limit of life of human. I recall that in every ages there are always people who lived a long time. For instance, the first king of Felix II lived 76, then Michelangelo lived for 89 years, Galileo 78 years, Isaac Newton 84 years, and Voltaire 84 years as well. What I mean to say by this is that there is a principle saying that there is a limit of human age, but we do not, this has not been denied. What we know as the person who lived longer was a French woman died in 97 with 122 years. So what is changing is not so much mental longevity, but the fact that more and more people have a chance to reach a very old age. Let's take a look at this example. In 1950, the life expectancy at birth, which was 59.2 years, and the mortality conditions remained the same. 59% of people could reach 65, and those people would have a life expectancy of 13.6. And currently, in 2018, the life expectancy at best is 80.9 years, 21.7 years plus. It means an annual increase of 4 times per year. 89% of people can reach 65, and to 65 they live for 90 years, 6 more years than in 1950. So the population ages because the population average lives longer. And this is in fact a real capacity, something which is extraordinary, which is not just limited to the developed world. In fact, it's very important to recall that at the beginning of the 19th century, the life expectancy was lower than 40 years in every part of the world, which was the equivalent of 29 years. Global average in 2015, life expectancy for the world is 70 years more than at the beginning of the 19th century, and no country has a life expectancy under 50 years. Most developed countries, which are the most aged countries, which show a high life expectancy, and Japan, we have a life expectancy of 84 years in 2015. The aging of the population, because it is the of a good life over death should be a reason to be proud, but this is not so. Instead of feeling proud, societies are fearful, they feel uncomfortable with this demographic evolution. It seems that everything would be better if population would have age. And one of the reasons that explains this is the myth we reproduce and the principles which we inherited that we do not give up, although they are complete opposition to the reality. I'm going to give you some examples which are familiar to those who are listening. Let me start with this idea that aging is the opposite of productivity. I have a that I like to show you. We have the EU countries, and countries are listed according to the percentage of 65, and the percentages of the and then we have the productivity per hour, so-called PPS. Uh, Picking up two very quick examples, Poland is a country which is less age dense. In terms of diversity, productivity of Poland cannot begin to be compared with Sweden's productivity. And picking up the example of Germany and Portugal, two countries which are very much aged, we have Germany with a much greater productivity than the productivity in Portugal. So there is no direct um, relation between aging and the productivity per hour. Another idea which is frequently discussed is that aging is a disease, but it's not. Although recently the WHO has included in the list of diseases the old age, it doesn't allow us to extrapolate the fact that aging is rather a process more than a disease. So we can't really define a precise age when you can be defined as old. Aging is an ongoing process, and it starts much before 65. We know that the advance of chronological age is translated into the inevitable decline of some cognitive and physical functions, and certain pathologies are of very special importance, such as electronic and degenerative diseases. The chronological age is not the single factor which is decisive in relation to the um, person's health. Biological age, which depends on the condition of cells, tissues, and organs, is, in this regard, much more decisive. So the cell age, based upon the year of birth, corresponds to different vulnerability levels in view of the external risks which threaten health and which can lead to death. Also, on the social viewpoint, aging is not associated with more fragile populations at health level, quite the opposite. Societies are not ill societies, so population becomes ill not because the members are sick, but more sick, but because they were able to defeat some diseases which are infectious. The, the society with a high level of aging are those who can't conquer the diseases. And another idea is that the full retirement is very much desired. Looking at the results of the Eurobarometer, you can see that around two-thirds of Europeans believe that it's very interesting the combination of work with retirement. The percentage in Portugal is over 50%, but most people is in favour of combination of retirement mixed with work. Another idea is that age discriminates. Yes, it's true. I like to show with this recent results from the Rosa, May 2019, there was a question put to Europeans. If a company wishes to hire somebody, if they have to choose between two applicants with the same qualifications, which criteria that places one applicant at a disadvantage? And um, the first reply is the age. The two old or too young, the color of the skin, the speaking, the ethnic origin. So 47% have replied recognized age is a factor that puts people at disadvantage to people with deficiency. The average of the European Union was 47%. Portugal, the percentage is 62%. Let me remind you again, our constitution, Article 13, principle of equality, reads, all citizens have the same dignity and are equal before the law. And there are some resolutions which that each individual cannot be deprived the right in relation to gender, race, language, origin, situations that cannot be reason for discrimination. To sum up, to become older are situations which are increasing our anxiety, maybe because we believe they are associated to disease, to a lesser productivity, to discrimination, to being too tired to work, and other reasons, but also the way age is being used to put labels on other people and the way of their cycle in life. A recent book I wrote, Time Without Age, published by Tempo da China. In this book, I give you several proposals to rethink society in view of these new times, which nothing have to do with the past. So I identify, as a reflection, the need to question some principles we inherited, which are obsolete in present times, but we still perpetuate, very much based upon this motto. It's always been like this. One of these principles is the label of age to define the social value of somebody. For instance, we know that the age group of the elderly is heterogeneous and each person is different from another. To classify society which are older or younger because they have more people over 65 or more people under 25. To be 65 or 15 today has nothing to do to be 65 or 15 in 1960. For instance, considering the life expectancy in the 60s at 15, which was 57, the same life expectancy responds to 24 years. There's been a delay of around 9 years of the life expectancy, which corresponded in 1960 to 15 years, and the one which is now corresponding corresponds to 24 years. In relation to 65, there's been a delay in 7 years. In 1960s, the life expectancy at 65 years was 14, and this life expectancy can be seen at 72. So there's been a great time. But we still look at people over 65 the way we used to look at over 65 in the 1960s. Another principle that I question in this work has to do with the dominant model of organizing the life cycle, which is exactly the same since the first industrial revolution, with the life divided into stages: the training, which corresponds to the young age, the working age, and the retirement age in leisure time, which corresponds to the older generation, and they are divided into different age groups. And these age groups have not been changing. So with the increase of life expectancy, what we don't feel that we have more time to live, but we have more time to be old. So to combine the adult age and the old ages, the updating of knowledge is becoming more important and basically leisure. It's a way of giving some content to these very long lives and to evolve towards a more harmonious society where everybody counts regardless of their age. To sum up, aging is here to stay. And there are a series of questions which arise and which are inevitable, such as if the chronological age is a good indicator on somebody's value, if the older people are in any circumstance less interesting for an activity than the younger ones, if retirement such as work, full-time retirement is more interesting for the individual economy and society than the part-time working, part-time retirement. Is there only one single legislative plan for the future? Is retirement good for your health, etc.? These are some questions which become more meaningful in a society where the population lives in average more and more time, a society-based and knowledge-based society. The fourth industrial revolution of fiction as the EU recognizes that the future is an open door with unpredictable outcome given the high speed of change and the non-linearity of the changes. And very much according to the report of economic of 2016, 65% of children who are now starting school will work in functions which currently don't exist, and the aged population in the future will not be a portrait of the current elderly, such as today's elderly are very different from the elderly in the past. They are much more qualified, they are used to diversified consumption, they are much closer to new technologies, etc. So we have to prepare our social and individual skills towards the ongoing changes. This is a key idea in line with Charles Darwin, faction, who was born lived in the 19th century, and this is not the strongest to survive, not even the smartest, but the species that reacts better to change. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, João, to finish with the evolution of Charles Darwin is very appropriate for this intervention. I'm going to quote this sentence.
So this is absolutely a perfect link. Now we're going to hear from João Sepúlveda, and it's very interesting after this very interesting portrayal of our national and international demographics. So, João Sepúlveda, could you, Anna João Sepúlveda, please? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And along the lines of what was represented by Dr. Maria João, I'm going to talk to you more about the social and economic implications. More economic, I'd like to show what Maria João has already showed, but from a different perspective. That is, aging is a global problem. And you can see from 2015 to 2050. I mean, this is obvious. And so how are we going to deal with this? Because from an economic point of view, it has implications. So from on a global level, we're going to go from 12.3% of people over the age of 65 in 2015 to 22%, 21.5% in 2050. What is interesting to note is, from a complementary point of view, and everybody's so much the old generation is to look at this aspect, that is the increase of the number of people over 65 year, in the mid of 65 to 84 and over the age of 85. So, which means that we are going to have more sick days. Not only because, of course, it's the chart from 2000, regarding 2020. So we are seeing that this is becoming obvious. We're going to see women living longer than men. Now, from the point of view of the development of the economy, there are implications because we are understanding that the future is going to be a very feminine future. Aging is a very feminine aspect. We've seen this in the business for other people over the age of 50. There is a trend, a greater trend of female work, male entrepreneurs. From the point of view of interest, so what we have is a view regarding phases of life, stages of life, but this makes less and less sense. Why? Because a couple of years ago, we thought that if a person reached the limit or the peak of his career, So once again, I'd like to say there's a number of myths that we have to put an end to because the lady, obviously, ladies like this exist all over the world. But on the other hand, there's a different type of aging. Now, this young woman, Carmen, is a top model. She's one of the best paid models nowadays. And here, this is, I'm showing you the copy of an English magazine 5 years ago. But what this says, can you see me? So, uh, and so the whole content of this magazine was reflecting on the invisibility of a target group that tends to be more important in the global population. As has already been said, in the more developed societies, but it's an audience, a public with more money and more time available. And so, from this logic of changing attitudes, we have to internalize an aspect that is, I am not old. I am it's a state, that doesn't define me. So the relationship with the chronological age is doesn't really explain consumer habits or the choices that people make. And it's interesting to see, to understand that people have got this notion that it's never late. I mean, some people say, "Oh, you're too old for this." I mean, today it doesn't make any sense. And so these two Americans are living examples of people who, way after the age of 60, changed their lives and altered their bodies. And so from this is very positive. And so this is an example of a phenomenon that is fortunately more and more common. So longevity is a business opportunity, and the trend is that there is an increasing focus on longevity, although aging here is not forgotten, and aging and longevity are not the same thing. These two quotes that I'm showing you are taken from a study that we conducted. And I point this out why? Because the first one has got to do with the notion of and the requirements of the senior consumer. They have to put an age to define from what time we call people seniors. And well, I particularly agree with that to follow the concept that is used after the age of 65. So they are increasingly more demanding consumers. So this has to do also the world of quality. When we have references to standards, we have to think about another myth that has to be broken down is that innovation, that we want innovation as part of human beings. So to say that after a certain age, nobody wants innovation doesn't make any sense. So, but innovating for a young person is different from innovating for an older person. It's not got to do with like and not liking innovation. And so we have an area of the economy that has got to do with the questions of longevity. And there's a great growth potential. And so there's a demographic factor that we've never seen before in the world. There's a lot of business going on and innovation. But what we do need to do is change attitudes and change, shift the paradigm because the point of view of management, we tend to design a product for customers with an age, and the rest is the age range we have is chronological age. It makes no sense. So we've altered this concept. Another concept that is used is the one that appeared in Europe is the concept of the super economy, I believe the lady said. I don't know if I like it very much. If age doesn't make much sense, then there's no point having an economy, an age-based economy. And so, what does this concept mean in terms of longevity? It's first part related to consumption, everything that's got to do with consumption for people over the age of 40, because we know typically that is the age from which we have that gap between 40 and 50, between 40 and 50 years old, for example, is the age when a person, in fact, when we see that a person's organism is changing, and we begin, it's a time when people begin to draw up another strategy for the second half of their life. So we don't look at 50 the way it is here, and so we're looking at 40. And so we are looking for the consumption for these people and this economic impact that this consumption has. And the second component, which has got to do with work and employability, that is what is created directly from work. And here I also talk about volunteering here, which is an economic, of an economic importance. But I add public investment. So that is everything that has got to do with public investment in the promotion of sustained aging and a positive longevity. And this is the concept of the economy of longevity. Now, we have to understand that this economics is completely covers the whole of society. But here, there are areas that are going to be more important at the beginning than others. Here we have the area of health and well-being, where this aspect of the economy is more highly developed. I mean, tourism layers, technology, cross-cutting, housing and mobility is very important, but especially in terms of housing concepts. Employability was a second topic where this reflection on the economic impact begins with health, and then obviously it moves on to employability. And so we actually, what do we see? We see a very great impact in terms of banking and finances. If we managed now, but these are all calculations, so pre-COVID calculations, obviously, and because there aren't a number yet, but on the international level, what we calculating is that the economy of longevity is going to have an even greater impact in this post-COVID period, and I'm going to talk about this in a minute. Now, if I had to define the longevity economy as a country, what this Oxford Economics report says that it would be the third economy in the world. And we're not talking about a little amount of money, we're talking about a great deal of money. And so in terms of the GDP of the United States in 2012, the longevity economy represented 46%, and the estimate is that in 2032 it should represent 52%. It's a substantial growth. And so, and here we come about GDP. Now, what does it mean? This means that in 2016, where we have a number of countries that have not yet defined the strategies for the longevity economy, this area of the world, the economy represented more or less 7.6 trillion billion euros, or 7.6 trillion dollars. Now, the banking sector is looking at this area not only for people, the richer and more senior people, but taking into account two trends. One is the increase of longevity has created a mentality, whereas people are much more interested in looking after their own longevity, and there's a phase in our life where eventually we have more money available than other generations before us. And so these are two aspects. this estimate changed the year a little bit. It's going to be 2000. And what I did was actually a little bit and put this in 2021. Basically, what this report on the longevity committee says is that it reckons that this year that the consumption of people over the age of 60 would be $15 billion. And this would be with food, leisure, well-being, not only tourism. The idea that we have moments in our life that we want to share, or sometimes it makes more and more sense. We go from work to leisure, and we share these things with others. But in terms of the banking sector, it's important to notice this. In terms of the bank, what we're beginning to understand that longevity per se is a market. Longevity per se is going to continue to be a market, even though the focus is on people with age of 40. Must internalize the fact that I'm going to get this throughout my whole life. I'm going to make children aware of investing in their longevity throughout their whole life, meaning that sooner or later we will have tools in our hands that are going to allow us to measure our longevity. And Bloomberg has already been doing this for quite a while now. It's this sort of hierarchy, creating hierarchy of countries, of those countries that managed to create longevity. So I have a card with points, and so I gain points depending on whether my longevity is more sustained. And then I can discount these points in the marketplace where I have access to a number of products and services in different areas, but they will also promote my longevity. So the interest of bringing this topic here is to understand that longevity per se is an area of the economy. To conclude, I would like to mention these 5 points. In the Q&A, we can go into more detail on them if you wish. That is the impact of COVID. The first thing was to put the focus on aging and older people. And this is one of the factors that lead us to suspect that there is a potential growth of longevity. And also, it's interesting to note that on the one hand, there was a intergenerational solidarity of the younger people helping older people, but we have a critical problem, which is the increase of ageism. Ageism is this prejudice against longevity. João, Valente, Rosa already mentioned this, but this grew and created such a dimension of society that it resulted in Antonio Guterres, as the Secretary General of the United Nations, on the 1st of May, have launching a document which is a proposal of policies to fight ageism. Now, another aspect that has been discussed, and there's a number of countries, for example, Germany has been working on this, is the need to rethink the residential models. And here we're not only talking about homes, but in Spain we've seen movements, citizens' movements, the right to remain at home. I want to have the right to have a home that will allow me to live in it throughout my whole life, so I don't have to leave my home at a given time in my life because I've just because I've reached a certain age or state of health. And the other factor is to rethink cities and the mobility of cities in a way that has already been, in a different way from what has been done up to now. Another economic aspect has got to do with this question that is a very important topic, is to look at the we saw at the beginning of the pandemic, and we are going to try and get the old people to come back to work. That is, those who were already retired. And so life is not going to be as it was. That is not a bad thing. No, we have to look at it. And Portugal must have a longevity strategy, which it doesn't have. But we have to look at life as it is. We have to put the future into perspective. And basically, that is what I want to say with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's more food for thought. And the graph you show with the increase of life expectancy, and then you conclude that the future is female. In fact, the present here is female. You have to have this wonderful plan. And I'm thinking that these female futures maybe will stress this issue of loneliness, because many of these women will possibly will be without spouses. Tell us about social implications of loneliness, not in the future, but right now. We have Judite Gonçalves with us. You have to switch on the microphone, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for those who are listening. I'd like to speak about a topic which is quite relevant, which has not deserved the attention it should. It used to be relevant, but is now more relevant nowadays, which is the topic of loneliness. I hope you can see the slides. In this first slide, I'd like to show you the global vision and try to relate the concepts of loneliness with aging and longevity. The first point, our individual aging process brings with it several risk factors for loneliness. And I'm going to elaborate upon these, but let me just give you a couple of examples. For instance, retirement, or as João just said, the loss of the spouse. Loneliness leads to a worse health and a greater need for care. It means that we see the aging of the population, we think about the increased regression of older people in the population if we do nothing to prevent or mitigate the loneliness of this population. And we see that loneliness is associated with a great care. This will certainly contribute towards a greater pressure upon health systems and support systems. The third point tells us that loneliness, besides being conducive to worse health, leads to an early mortality, so reduces longevity. We have a small article written by John Cassiopo, who's a pioneer in research on loneliness, and he tells us imagine a condition that makes a person irritable, depressed, self-centered, and associated with a 26% increase in the risk of premature mortality. Further to that, in industrialized countries, around 30 people are affected by this condition, with one person in 12 affected severely. And then these proportions are increasing. Income, education, sex, and ethnicity are not protective factors, and this condition is contagious. Besides, the effects of this condition is affect everybody. This condition exists and is loneliness. So, what is loneliness? It's a physiological feeling above all. It's just like hunger. When we feel hungry, it makes us pay attention to the physical need of our body, which is to be fed. When we feel lonely, it makes us feel to a social need because, as we all know, we are social animals. Loneliness is a very subjective, completely subjective rather, although it is related with the size of our social network. This correlation is not perfect, and it's not the same thing that being lonely, although these two are hand in hand. What is really important is that loneliness affects anyone, regardless of age, regardless of the wealth, status, fame, power, regardless of all these factors. So if it affects anyone, why is this such a taboo? And why is there is this stigma around loneliness? Why don't we speak more about loneliness? Loneliness is considered as an epidemic. 100 years ago, there was no loneliness to speak of. This has been increasing with the growing modernization of societies and urbanization. When we left our native villages to study, to work, to follow um, partners, so we move away from our regional social network, if you will. We move away from our family, from our closest relatives, from our neighbors. And we have fewer personal relationships, so fewer close friends, and we are completely involved in work. It's only natural that many of us will reach a certain moment where we are isolated and possibly feel isolated. Another feature of loneliness, which is considered as an epidemic, just like other negative feelings, loneliness is contagious. And we can also reach chronic loneliness, meaning that it's possible to reach a point when loneliness feeds itself. Sometimes we make a comparison with obesity, such as bodies used to um, fat foods and they become irresistible. We also get used to being alone. It becomes more difficult to socialize. The effect of loneliness upon our brains makes us interpret the world surrounding us as more hostile. So it renders more difficult to move out from our own loneliness. As I was saying initially, loneliness can kill. Loneliness is one of the last things we can feel or experience. It makes us grow old faster. We will become more vulnerable to cancer, Alzheimer's disease will progress more rapidly. We can tell neurological system, and there's a showing virus levels will be 2 times more deadly than obesity or equivalent to smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. And I was going to say, loneliness is they practice, they exercise less, they have a less healthy food, so it accumulates with other negative factors associated to loneliness. In this slide, we have a few results of the share uh, questionnaire on aging and retiring in Europe, which covers the population of several countries in Europe. The question is, last week, how many times did you feel lonely? So from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, there are evolution of certain countries, and many countries say that they have practically never felt lonely. The countries on the left are Greece, Italy, Croatia, and Portugal, where only 65% of the respondents say that they never feel lonely. And on the right hand side, we have, for instance, Denmark, where 90% of the respondents say they practically never felt lonely the previous week. There are a couple of studies based upon in this inquiry and also others which cover all the adult population and not just for the population of over 50s, we, which find the so-called north-south gradient in Europe, meaning that the southern countries report higher levels of loneliness. And there are two hypotheses which have been set forth to explain these gradients. One is in southern countries, the older individuals still had some expectations of a very strong intergenerational ties, which were not fulfilled. The second processes that the so-called welfare state is generous in those countries, northern countries, individuals depend less on their social and family ties to have a better quality of life and to feel less lonely. As I've been saying, loneliness affects every age, adolescents, young people, elders. So, what makes things different for the older people? Firstly, they are not alone because they choose to be alone. And I put choice in catacombs. For instance, I live in Lisbon. I'm not originally from Lisbon. It's my choice to live in Lisbon away from my family because of my work. The older people are alone because they retire, because children and grandchildren are very busy in their own lives, because some of their friends have already died, because they are widow, and because they were sick and they went to homes. So they are undesirable factors, and which were not a factor of their own choice, and they have social difficulties, mobility, which make it more difficult to move around, and they are they don't have digital skills, which allows them to talk to other people. Let us not fool ourselves thinking that those who are at homes because they are near other elderly, they feel less lonely. This is not true. Loneliness is not the same as being alone, and several studies show that those elderly who live at homes, they feel even more frequently lonely than those who live in the community. Let me just make reference to the last point. Informal carers. Informal carers are also very vulnerable to the risk of isolation. Let us think of somebody who's taking care of the elderly parents and at the same time have to reconcile these responsibilities with their with his or her own family responsibilities. So they don't have much time to go and have coffee with friends. And COVID-19 scenario with COVID-19 and the social isolation to all, and specifically to the elderly, because they are the activities where you used to do most have digital skills. So they cannot make up like teenagers to video calls using smartphones, computers to feel a bit less lonely. So COVID-19 is aggravating this problem of loneliness. So what have we done to mitigate loneliness? Have some initiatives to go out, speak with other people, to keep contact with friends, to be more familiar with new technology, participate in local activities, even diary, or find a pet. Again, this is the case of normal circumstances. What can be done? Social activities to facilitate mobility, transportation. I recall lighting sidewalks, spaces because nobody leaves home if they are afraid of falling into the pavement. Helplines, counseling, workshops for digital skills, etc. But COVID-19 are more difficult. The communication technologies become more relevant because in some cases they are the only way of keeping contact with others. And particularly relatives and carers have a very relevant role to play. As children and grandchildren, we should make efforts to try and motivate and inspire our parents and grandparents to make a video call or at least to receive video calls via WhatsApp, so to diminish their loneliness. I found a couple of days ago the news initiative by GNR, International Club, which is called 65 Plus Closer. So the police authorities work near elderly living across the country, and with the support of Huawei and Altis, they've been visiting these elderly with iPads and promoting their contact with families, with their relatives through video calls, which is a very commendable initiative. I finished my presentation. This is going to be on record, so I'd like to show you some slides with some suggested resources so that we can go deeper into this topic. So this is a YouTube video which explains a bit about loneliness. It's in English. The webpage of Professor John Cacioppo, who is one of the most important names one of the most important researchers on loneliness. Some data about the north-south gradient in loneliness and some interventions to fight loneliness. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Judite.
I think it's very important to talk about these issues. And to all of those who are following us through Facebook, I'd like to remind you that you can send your questions. While I'm waiting for questions, I have a huge list of questions for you, and I would like to go back to the video she had about completely, but a huge consideration for older people and for those weaker people who are already associated with chronic diseases. And so the younger people, this is a disease which affects others. So it wouldn't be worthwhile to have such tight measures that ended up being implemented and ended up being efficient. So I would like you to say, going back to Europe, was a constitution, the fact that the age is not contemplated constitutionally is that there's a greater discrimination. The fact that it's not protected by the constitution, and where the people, employers, for example, are going to let that very high percentage of people in Portugal are discriminated due to their age. You think that from your experience, the fact that it's not enshrined constitutionally is a risk factor in Portugal? Could you turn your microphone on, Marie-Jean? Okay. Thank you very much, Joanna, for your questions. Well, as to COVID, I didn't talk about it and the topic because I have published an article in the Portuguese Internal Medicine Journal on aging and COVID, and I understood that there was no direct relationship between aging and indicator. I knew that aging was a percentage of people over the age of 65 years old, and the mortality rate for COVID and uh, the infection rate. Now, there was no real relation. I did this only for Europe, and so we saw noticed this relation. So these are countries with a great percentage of elderly population, and they had high rates, others had very low rates. So there's no direct relationship, statistic relationship that we can move forward. And so we know, and we know that it is a incidence of this virus. People who are older, not because they are older, it's, because older people do have a number of vulnerabilities related to respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, etc. And we must remember that they should not start at the age of 65. So there's a number of aspects here associated with the virus. The fact that they have this disease, it's not because they're older. It's not because over the age of 65 it's not. No, all of us can have this. And so what happens with people over the age of 65? They have a number of problems of comorbidity. And so if they are in a situation of major vulnerability, this virus is optimistic and attacks these people under these circumstances. And so when we look at homes, and most of the deaths have happened in homes, the elderly, I believe, the situation is more and more because people are not going to homes for any particular reason. Some people, often people have to go to homes because of a situation of added vulnerability. They can no longer remain in their own homes. And this ends up by being with the way that so this is a fertile terrain propagation because people are older, but it is associated with a number of other health problems. The for the reasons I explained, then obviously they should protect the idea need older, not just with the question of age. And so when we think, okay, after 65, after 70, why after 65? Why after the age of 70? These barriers, and no barriers have to be used. But this is really bad because, for example, you know that the age, retirement age of civil servants was possible to be 70 in 1920. That was 100 years ago. So 100 years ago, civil servants could make the age of 70 and carry on working. The person who has who's 70 years old got to do with the person who's 60 years ago. Nothing. And so these barriers actually, I think that it's strange that the age is not there. We know the age is a discrimination factor. It's not there. It would solve the problem, but at least it would show the sensitivity to a problem which exists. And it exists not only to those who are older, but also to those who are younger, because we're talking about longevity, and it seems that only the elderly that are on the table. No, longevity is the matter that affect younger generations because they know that they are going to live longer if everything goes well. And they have to be ready for these long lives and get a certain context. So like, they have to plan their lives in a different way. And it makes no sense that young people, and so the same lives that their parents or grandparents have. We're talking about older people who are discriminated, so age and the label discriminate. And this will not be solved in this way, but it would be a point that would be interesting to include the way the discrimination reasons, gender, and these are important steps that society must take so that they become aware the problem exists and should be taken under governmental law. Is not the solution. The solution is involves many different aspects. But this it could be an important move forward in the way to understand our fundamental law, which is now the seventh revision. Very much the question which is for Anna, and what age does one start to consider personal? I mean, Anna was talking about this, but after the report, I'm already open to know how to put 5 minutes ago. And so from what age do you get considered old? And so and also, and so the big group of is for the elderly from geriatric. Um, I mean, we have to look at the questions. Thank you very much, Joanna. I would like to uh, say that when I say 40, I'm not saying people at the age of 40 are senior. No, it's got to do with the moment, a biological moment that if sort of our senses are going to go blind, but I'm going to wear glasses and I begin to see a different metabolic curve. And so there's a biological aspects of what my life will be like from now on. Now, having said this, the first question is that we shouldn't think in terms of age, because if there's something, for example, when João tried to convey our message, one of the paradigm shifts got to do with this is as long as we are thinking about age as a reference point, age ends up by being increasingly so, and decreasingly so a reference point. And so, what actually happens is that the world hasn't made this paradigm shift. So, officially, I think the World Health Organization has said that I become a senior officially at the age of 65. Brazil, for example, has an age in order to have this public transport it's the age of 60. And so this varies from place to place. So the focus is not from what age to start being old. So when we were preparing this conference, we had made a number of interviews. And this, what we've been asked when I become a senior, what age? And when they said, well, this is an individual reference because I can have a life, a biological evolution, an emotional evolution, which is very bad, and I end up at the age of 65 and I look 80. Or I can manage my health in such a way that at 80 I can have a biomarkers of a person who is 10, 20 years younger. So if the first message to say is it doesn't make sense for me to have an age. I know that in our society, some things need an age reference. for example, we have in Portugal, after the age of 65, there are a number of things, or benefits that people have access to. And so I can say, fine, so the official age of seniority is 65, but it's, personally, I don't really like to do it. In terms of activities for seniors and the geriatric population, there is a very functional, people have a very functional view. That is, it's a great concern is what do they need, what should they do that they can't do anymore, what do they need to do, and we mustn't forget that if you look at this as a society, we've been looking at this as a society just for a short time. So this aging phenomenon doesn't exist for 10, 5 years longer than this. But if we manage to give an answer to this phenomenon, it's a excellent. I mean, we don't have a Portuguese interministerial strategy for the management of aging. We have a aging number of ministries, but I don't think there is something that's sort of cross-cutting or a government measure. But in fact, what do we have? We have a number of initiatives which often don't really have to do with geriatrics, but this is not really my area. Here I'm talking about my own personal view, but quite often they exist not really disclosed to the public. I mean, there's a number of cities and parishes that have got activities, but they announce them on the sites, and we, as Judite, did it, said, and rightly so, there's a very low technological literacy of older people in Portugal, although statistics, I don't know, I don't know what the statistics, but I think that things have increased a little bit with COVID now, but I don't believe that statistically it is a very significant. 50% of the people over the age of 65 years old are connected to the internet. But sometimes these activities exist and they're not through the right channels. I went to a conference a while ago with people connected to different cities and different parishes. We were talking about this. How do they communicate? That is, in terms of the offers that they have. How can the different activities they have for senior citizens? And it says, "Oh, our communication is very good. If you go there, so you go to the site of the city council. Yeah, but these people don't go to the site. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. I've got to think about this. But it's very interesting. They themselves got to the conclusion that it was always the same people who went who carried out these activities. So the communication and disclosure. I have two questions here for Joanna. Sorry, but I think that Maria João wanted to say something. I would just like to add on to this, first of all, I would like to talk about this age reference. Of course, it's important for us to have that age reference, but even for statistics. Actually, the reference talking about is with the number of years that they've to know. It's appropriate. So why not adopt a new age reference to the number of years that you still have to live? That is the remaining age. And so the logic is totally different. For example, are we thinking about what we were or what we could be? And so I think that is the logic we should use. And the reference change of the age of 60 today with somebody 100 years ago. So, my different, at a different point, we have to look at things from a different perspective. And so, the second point I'd like to to mention has got to do with what Anna said. For example, there's a number of policies in Japan, which is a very aged country, as we know, adopted a council to draw up long lives. And so long lives don't start at 65, long lives begin when one is born. And so this council thinks about how are we going to try, carry out different activities throughout our lives. So it's very important for us to think about this in a well-balanced manner. And I would also like to make a distinction between people, the elderly today and the elderly of the future. They are not going to be a replica of us today. And so one question in relation to age, which is not the only part I'm interested in, but I think it's very important for us to distinguish these two components. Are we going to talk about the future, or what is this in the present? It's very important for us with this idea to prepare the future well before. So let's now move on to loneliness. And so we have two questions, that is, how to solve the problem of chronic loneliness. I think Judite has already raised a number of issues. And so maybe you could elaborate on this. And so how elderly generations can use or learn new technologies, because one of the tips was to use new technologies to get out of loneliness, but wouldn't new technologies create a certain loneliness? Isn't there a paradox with these new technologies, Judith? Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So the first question is very easy. Could you still hear me? Yes. And so it's very easy to do this. So we have to ask for help. Of course, at any age, but older people are afraid to ask for help because they don't want to be a burden for families, etc. And those friends and relatives must help people to ensure that these people don't become lonely. The other question about technologies, well, it's not easy. I was thinking about my grandparents, for example. I know it's not easy for them to learn how to use an iPhone or a computer and do Zooms as we are now. So in the situation we are going through now, it's particularly important because there are no major alternatives. I think that that has to come from us, children, grandparents, to motivate them or to try and do things for them. The elderly that are in homes will depend on the readiness and the willingness of the professional to work there in order to make phone calls or video calls with them once a week, twice a week, or how that initiative that the GNA is doing now is more or less the same thing, but in a more generalized manner. But outside the pandemic, I don't think these technologies are a solution on their own. I think human contact is very important. So when people can go home, leave home without any other consent, I think that they should do that as much as possible. Joanna, can I add something?
I learned something about everything depends upon motivation. Of course, assuming that people have access to technology, they have access to a tablet or computer. Once we overcome this two very interesting cases. I know one woman, a 95-year-old woman. She used a pre-smartphone. Um, she has 12 great grandchildren. So what happens? Exactly the same as with the other elderly. She stayed home with the daughters. And nowadays, she's a great fan of Zoom because she initiates conversations. I call her and she says, "No, let's Zoom. It's better." Another very interesting case, which happened in the Netherlands. They wanted to people at homes to contact their relatives, but they believe that Facebook was very important social tool. So there are different types of homes than the ones we have in Portugal. So they hired a young man to teach them how to use them. So he explains, so it's a computer connects here. You have to be sure that we are connected to the net, and then we open up the browser. And at the time, they completely lost track of what he was explaining. They hired somebody else, a young woman, who just clicked on Facebook and said, "Well, this is Facebook," and she asked the name of children, grandchildren, and they were busy finding relatives, children, grandchildren. So there is a motivation. And from that moment onwards, I attract the emotional attention so that the person joins psychology. But there is a component which is the pedagogical component. There is a different way of communicating because there is a different lexicon. I don't teach a child to learn technology the same way I teach an adult, no matter what age he is. So there are different languages, but these question that technology and seniority are opposite ends doesn't make sense. I have two questions which have to do with the future. One reads in the seven dimensions, we have to think the way we divide the leisure, time for learning. Do you have examples of how to do this, both in terms of public policies as in terms of the way the civil society can be organized to receive the participation of the society? And also, another question, the interesting viewpoint of this discussion was to incentivize in adult life to imagine the future, something which was just a space of imagination for young people. It's very constructive. How can we organize collectively so that this future is visible? These are, quite honestly, I'm not going to have time to answer all these points. I will start with the last question. When you're 40, you have uh, more 40 years to live. Do you think that when you're 40? Do you imagine it? Well, for instance, I know what my job is. I've studied everything I want to say, so just let go. The first question is, it's not just public policies. This commit ourselves and the awareness that we are the makers of our own future. The future does not just depend on what the government decides. It has to do with this ability of reinventing ourselves. So what I'm doing today, now that I'm 20, maybe I would like to do them when I'm 30. So I have to be brave enough to review my priorities and to reimagine the directive. So I must have time, of course, because you can't imagine. Well, if this life cycle is empty, we don't have time for everything while we are at the peak of activity. When we get home, we are exhausted and we leave all the rest behind. So it implies an effort by society and public powers and by the businesses and employers. It is essential for us to start thinking. And COVID showed us a great deal. It's not the time, it's not the fact that we are at the workplace which makes us be more productive. We work 10 more hours per week than Germans do. So the question is not in the number of hours, the question is what do we do with our time? And this factor is very important. So if we work fewer hours, as I've got experiences, for instance, Microsoft in Japan, I keep talking about Japan. Microsoft in Japan used to working hours 2-3 days a week, if I'm not mistaken. There was a 40% productivity increase. And people are happy because they had time to study, to do whatever. So this is the effort from our side. Let us go back to schools. Let us go back to school ourselves. What I've learned until I was 20 is not just updating. I need to learn many things again because the society is changing at such a fast rate that I need time to study. So I can't tell while you work fewer hours, I'm going to earn less. I'm going to reconcile this now. The fact that I work fewer hours does not necessarily mean that I can't produce the same. What I need is to be assessed differently by results and not by time, by hours. We need better leaders, people who are better prepared to lead. Most of our employers have only 9 years of schooling when the overwhelming majority of employers in the EU has full, complete high school or above. So it makes a difference. So we really have to change a great deal of things. We have to go back to school. This has to be incentivized by public institutions and employers. We have to cut more working hours. And as Judite was saying, the fact that we stop working, it's a fact of another because we so much focus at the workplace because when we cease working, voluntarily or not, we lose a series of contacts, a series of networks, and suddenly we are very happy enjoying the first 2 years, but then suddenly say, what am I going to do with my life? And then there's emptiness because others do not pay attention to us because they understand that we are disconnected. So there's a broken link. So when I talk about lifelong learning, is to go back to school. Go back to school. That's what I say. We have to contact younger generations. It's very important. We live in gaps. The young are at school, we are at workplace, and the elder are at home. We have to mix generations. We must to be on the same places. Otherwise, we are just moving ahead in a society which has some ill being. Finally, and now the aging women is a reality. We have a higher life expectancy compared with men, be it Portugal or other countries. Please, men should not feel sad because there are more boys being born than women than girls. In terms of longevity, we talk about longevity in terms of number of years. Quantity is, of course, very important. But besides, there's one point which is quality. And what is really interesting is that when we look at the number of years men live fewer and numbers when in terms of time of life without inabilities, there is an European indicator of life expectancy at 65 without a disability. men live fewer years, but they live with more quality, with fewer diseases. So it's time not just to think about the number of years, but also think about the content, how we live these years to live well with this extra bonus we have in our lives. Thank you, Judith. Would you like to add something to the slides? We've touched upon a series of topics which have to do with governance and to workplace. One of the things you said is that people use more. So working more also increases loneliness, not just during the active life, but afterwards as well. I was trying to remember the first question. Let's go back. I'm going to put the question again. The first question is, how, as a civil society, can we organize the participation of the elderly in society? Yes, now I recall. How can we organize collectively so that it should be a desirable future for all of us? So how can we organize ourselves? I fully agree with what Maria João said. She didn't use the term part-time. This is a term that she might have used. To have time to work hard, time to study, to have time for leisure, to re-energize. And we don't have this in Portugal in part-time work. We don't have this. We have very few. I was in Switzerland, as well as that, and Switzerland part-time job is very common. There are job offers of 10% activity, 20, 30, 40% full time. So it enables people, according to their preferences and their possibilities, their health, to use that time accordingly, the way they feel would be best. It's easy to say that there should be more part-time work, but let's not forget that salaries in Portugal are low. So if you work part-time, many people could earn their living. So this is another topic altogether. Yes, I believe that this would be an option. And as Vishal said, the role of employers is very important, not just in terms of recognizing that it's not the number of hours you work, but the outcomes, but also recognizing that people have different skills for different jobs. And the elderly may work at a lower pay, they have joint pain, but they have a greater experience than the young. So in some companies, in some sectors of activity, there might be some readjustment people to the different activities in the company, if you will. Thank you very much for that question, which goes to this super interesting that is one as a slides companies for the mix population, the elderly, the adults, the young, and the young. What do you think? Well, it's fine. I think it's great. Let me give you two examples in relation to the previous question. An Irish project, I'm created a strategy so that by 2020 we should be the first um, country to be recognized as age friendly. They have fulfilled a series of criteria, so they received a distinction by the WHO as an age friendly country. There is a project which is organized at a borough at the parish level. I don't know if they have the same territorial organization as us. This was done at the parish level. They made a survey to the population, which is very interesting. I'd love to replicate this project here in Portugal. What they did was not just a mere demographic survey and an understanding about the families and families composition, but they asked what they could give society and what they were hoping to receive. So they arranged the metrics of what I have to give and what I'd like to receive. So there's a book published, which is a guide for a series of groups created, which they were established at the parish. They have their own room, they have an email account, and they have this book paper. And this is a wonderful example. The survey was made at the beginning of this. So there are a series of ladies who receive tablets as Christmas gifts. They don't know what to do with them. So there were some young people who said, well, we're willing to help people with technology. So we created a group which was with the goal of teaching people how to use tablets. So this is something that can be done to ask the population what you have to give and what would you like to receive. We have a few things. We have a few similar things in Lisbon. The parish, the Valente, has something similar. So there are a few similar cases. In terms of mobilizing civil society, from what I know, the UK has got a series of very interesting initiatives. I always look at what they have done in their civil society in terms of integration and defense of the elderly. It's a very interesting reference point for us. Now, having said this, let me go straight to the answer. What we can take away from this discussion is the need to change paradigms and preferences. This has been unanimous in all our presentations. And something which will become compulsory is the need for us to manage longevity within organizations. When these will, well, let me exaggerate, when this will become mandatory, organizations have to be obliged to look into it. That it is easier to do it in an organization where I have somebody who is in charge of managing longevity than in a small company, for instance. There are some international examples. There are some longevity barometers in the organizations who basically measure the ability I have promoting well-being. We have the standard which is promoting the integration of personal, professional, and family life. So organizations should promote a good reconciliation of the three areas in our lives. Promoting managing longevity in organizations implies a change of attitudes, change of mentality. There are countries where this has been done. There's been a governmental initiative. The first country working around these issues was Australia. It was a governmental decision. They create a package of tax policies and public policies. They made a manual and they render it beneficial for companies. There are instances where you can't change the mindset of organizations. So you have to use the tools. And then you have to look at the diversity of businesses. There are many things being done internationally, but most of these activities are not adapted to SMEs. The SMEs do not have the right structure. What was done in Ireland, it was done per region, organized workshops with business managers and to sensitize them into the need of managing longevity. And the focus was much more in terms of aging. They're not focused so much on longevity, but it was an initiative launched by the government. It was not created by the government, but it was supported by government. So these are these two sides. On one hand, these initiatives which promote discussion and promote change of mindsets with contents that should be lasting. And on the other hand, public policies and tax policies that promote business to change paradigm. One of the things we have not discussed, we only have 10 minutes left, so let's just touch upon this. With longevity increase and make reference to consumption of the elderly after 65 will have retirement age, there will be an increase in social inequalities because not everybody's going to have the same purchasing power with retirement. So maybe touches the topic of loneliness, the fewer resources people have to go out, to be with other people, maybe it will increase some inequalities. What is your opinion? Maria João? I believe that inequalities will increase. They are there. Of course, there are clear inequalities regarding people's qualifications. So these end of life are pretty different depending on people's qualifications. Study is good. Study is great. If you want to live longer, you should keep on studying because people have the ability to adapt to new circumstances better. There's also inequality in this field and the ability to change activity, people feeling well by performing different activities. The system that we stubbornly keep having after 65, although people retire much earlier, people wait for 66. But the age for the new retirement was 63 years in 2018. So and then which projects do they have for the future? What I'd like to enhance is that according to this model as it is designed, and it's been designed in the 19th century, and it was designed, and it worked quite well. This model of social welfare, but today it's no good, and it implies a very serious problem. Besides the waste of human capital, it has to do with a great dependency of the elderly in relation to others. Let us recall that 90% of people over 65 would be poor without social benefits. They would be under the threshold of poverty. And this is 17% after receiving their retirement. So people really need their retirement to live because they have nothing else, because society doesn't give them any chance of doing anything else, because they just want them to sit quietly in a corner. So there is implicit compromise where some receive and others want them to sit quietly. So we're losing human potential, and the inequality is so strong. The more we keep this model, the more the basic differences will increase, because the retirement, of course, is directly connected to your working life. So we'll have a pretty good problem to solve, and which has to do with the end of life inequality, which is the accumulation of inequalities across the time of life. And if people don't change in between, these will be more and more accentuated. Judite, so what can we do to prevent loneliness from becoming contagious? I was really worried with this. It's a great question, and I don't know if I have the right answer. The aspect of contagion, I believe this is, I don't know if the right word is natural, and the feelings are contagious. It's not very personal to people surrounding me. It applies if I'm depressed. Again, relatives and people surrounding them should be contagious in terms of positive feelings to oppose these negative feelings. In terms of inequalities, I mentioned in my presentations one of the potential explanations of the north-south gradient regarding loneliness, which meets what Marie João just said, the importance of social benefits. This is one of the processes that can explain why people in northern countries feel loneliness less, because they are less dependent upon their own resources to mitigate loneliness. And the last comment, could you please answer this, because it has to do with many things you've touched upon. The right to live in your own home, and it's a legitimate right. I'd like to add on to what Maria said. The question of retirement is practically the topic of another discussion, but we only have 4 minutes left. A couple of ideas for future discussion. The minimum income which currently being discussed. We know that economic impact of COVID has increased these inequalities even further. There is no money, no retirement to prevent that somebody who are above the poverty threshold should not even fall below this threshold. One of the solutions pointed out is to provide guaranteed minimum income. People are dealing with this question of retirement differently. There are countries which are lowering retirement age. There are other countries which have retirement age at 70, because there's the issue of the sustainability. Let us not even talk about the national retirement system. There's a report of the World Bank talks about negative employment, even digitalization, even with migration. We won't have people to occupy the posts which are being created. Question of retirement is critical issue. Let me just give you this final notes. I believe something that we can is solution, and also the way we can promote the right to stay at home. There are many interesting things in the US, and this is the right I'm entitled to visit. So it doesn't make any sense. But a given moment in my life, with some past conditions, I have to leave my home where I have all my emotions, where I have to go into another place where I'm going to be treated differently, and I lose all the references because my house not adapted to me inside it does not accommodate my needs. So what COVID did was to touch upon this and right to stay at home. Now it's now advertising to the we know that let's be about this. Right. This I recall Asghar Zaidi. Well, great way to close the discussion. Thank you so much. It's been incredible 2 hours discussing certifications and longevity. Thank you very much. And somebody as well, if you did that, I remind you that we will be back at 4:30 up to 6 to listen to Asghar Zaidi, which will make the final conference of these meetings. Thank you very much to all speakers. Thank you very much to you for this social media, and you can also decentralization. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Quando todos aguardam, ativamos novas tecnologias. Quando tudo está parado, avançamos com novas soluções. Quando o país mais precisa, a fidelidade continua. Há mais de 200 anos que continuamos juntos na proteção, na assistência e na saúde. Para que todos estejam protegidos em casa, a Fidelidade continua com as famílias e as empresas. E se a tecnologia nos leva mais longe, é com o coração que chegamos mais perto. Em qualquer lugar, em todos os momentos, a Fidelidade continua, para que a vida não pare.
Será possível vivermos mais e melhores anos de vida? A longevidade e as suas implicações em debate num ciclo de conferências online. A vida maior que o tempo. De 20 de maio a 23 de junho, em culturgest.pt. Uma parceria Fidelidade e Culturgest.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back to the second part of our afternoon dedicated to think about longevity. Now I have a pleasure to have with me Professor Asghar Zaidi to talk about healthy aging, social and environmental behaviors. Let me introduce you. Professor Asghar Zaidi is Vice Chancellor at the Government College University. He's also a Senior Research Fellow at the Oxford Institute of Population Aging in the UK, where he had the opportunity to develop the Active Age Index. He will talk about this aging during this index during this afternoon. Previously, Professor Asghar Zaidi was a professor of social gerontology at the Seoul National University in South Korea, and a visiting professor at London School of Economics and Political Science. Professor Asghar Zaidi, it's a pleasure to have you here. So let's talk and make us think a little bit about this Active Age Index and its implications.
Thank you, Anna. It's my pleasure to have this opportunity to present to you some of my ideas and some of our work in the past. As Anna mentioned, I will be referring to our work on Active Aging Index, but this to make it clear to you what is the importance of rising longevity, what do we understand, and how we must start appreciating the importance of healthy longevity, and all of that to be achieved with the help of active aging. So what I would do, and I would start sharing my slides in a minute, in which I will talk you through during the next 30 minutes or so about the importance of these concepts, which is longevity, healthy longevity, and active aging. Sometimes the same concept which I'm referring to as active aging is also called active and healthy aging. It all depends how do we go about defining a term, but in majority of the cases, we mean to use these words in the same manner, for the same concept, for the same idea that we have in mind. And I will make that clear by using the slides. So let me share the slides to you. Right, Anna, can you see the slides now? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I will be talking about individual, social, and environmental enablers of active and healthy aging. And I will be pointing to these aspects with the help of evidence from the Active Aging Index, which I developed working with UNECE in Geneva and with European Commission in Brussels, as well as with UNESCAP in Bangkok. Let me give you an overview of what I want to talk about in this presentation. I will start with some context so that we appreciate when we use the terms longevity, healthy longevity, or active and healthy aging, what do we mean by that? And then I want to very quickly summarize what issues I will be covering in my talk. And for those issues to cover, I need to point to active aging index because in my view, active aging index provide us a framework in which we could appreciate the importance of different factors which promote active and healthy aging. And I will point to you why active aging index, evidence from active aging index is relevant for this workshop. Having done this, I will be then presenting you the results of active aging index, which would give us insights of what are the enablers. And by that, I mean what factors enable one country to do better than the other country. So I will be presenting the results of 33 different countries, which includes 28 European countries, as well as China, Korea, Japan, and Indonesia and Thailand. You will appreciate the fact that by presenting results in a comparative manner, we can understand better what is the situation in one country. So if you want to, for example, look at the situation of how Portugal is doing, it's better to compare it to other European countries and also useful to compare it to countries in other parts of the world so that you could appreciate how your individual behaviors, how your social context, how your institutional context makes your country better off or worse off compared to other countries. Sometimes we understand about our own country only when we are able to compare our country with the other countries. So that's the purpose that I will be comparing throughout this presentation, position of Portugal with other 32 countries in the world. In the context, let's start with definitions. What do we mean by longevity? It, in simple words, it means living for a long time. Sometimes we just say longevity means long life. So very often you hear the terms, we are living in a world of rising longevity. That means we are living in a world in which we are observing longer life, which is of course a good news. For instance, population longevities are increasing as life expectancies are increasing around the world. For Portugal, we know that life expectancy in 1960 was around 63 years, and it has increased to 82 years in 2020, which shows that longevity is rising, partly because of better hygiene, partly because of improvements in medical technology, but mainly because of the fact that we are able to live a much more healthy life. We are enjoying better nutritious food. We are able to do more mental and physical exercises. So now we understand that we are living in a world in which life expectancies are rising, and that's where we use the term longevity. Then we ask, what is healthy longevity? And here we mean living a longer life, but in good health. So you would appreciate the fact that longer life is less meaningful if the increasing number of years that we are adding to our life are not spent in good health. So rising longevity becomes less important. It becomes more important that we have a rising healthy longevity. And rising healthy longevity means we want to minimize the impact of disease as we get older. And that we can do by bringing changes in our individual behavior. So you and I will have to change our behaviors, such as our eating habits, or such as carrying out more often physical and mental exercises. At the same time, not just that it is reliant on our individual behaviors, it is also reliant on making our environments more age friendly. For example, we want to live in a country which has a good health and social care system. That means that good health and social care system will help us live a much longer life in a better health than in a country where such health and social care system is inadequate. So you could already talking about healthy longevity, you can appreciate the fact that it's the healthy longevity that we want to maximize and not just the longevity. And that depends on individual behaviors. You and me need to do things, need to prepare for better health in older life, in older ages, but also we need to put pressure on our policymakers so that they could supply us with better environments to grow old. And as a result, if we are living in a much healthy, age friendly environment, then we are able to contribute more to the rest of the society through our active and healthy aging. So, what do we mean by active and healthy aging? It means the situation where people are living, able to live an active, engaged, healthy, independent, and secure lives as they get older. So, what we are looking for is an opportunity for people to live a more active life, say in the labor market, to have longer careers, to have a more engaged life, say by being involved in the grandparenting, in the care of your own family members, in the civic and religious duties, as well as to live an independent and secure life, to be able to live an independent and self reliant life in which you require less services, you are less dependent on other members of the family, or you are less dependent on public services. So that's one aspect of active and healthy aging. It also means that people should enjoy the enabling environment where their capacity for healthy longevity is maximized. So we also mean that active and healthy aging means better enabling environments where people's healthy longevity is maximized. And it is measured by, as I mentioned, by activity. So here we mean activity, employment activity, and then by engagement, where we mean social participation. Thirdly, is measured by independent living, and fourthly, by enabling environment. And I will present to you in a minute how we bring all these four aspects of employment, social participation, independent living, and enabling environment within the framework of the Active Aging Index. And that's why I think Active Aging Index provide us a very strong framework to appreciate all these different factors, which are individual factors as well as social factors, as well as the environmental factors, to promote active and healthy aging for our older population. So what is Active Aging Index? I've started introducing that, and this picture will tell you all that you need to know about Active Aging Index. And that Active Aging Index has the first domain, which we identify to be employment, and the second domain to be social participation. The third domain is the independent living, and the fourth domain is the enabling environment. And you could see that within each of these domains, we are looking at multiple different indicators. So if you want to understand active aging index, you will have to think of a pyramid. And you could think of pyramid, the base of the pyramid, which is wide, and you could think about all these different indicators, 3 indicators in the first domain, 4 indicators in the second domain, then another 7 indicators in the third domain, and more indicators in the fourth domain. So you could see them as the base, and then by using statistical methods, all the information that we have in these 22 different indicators, we sum them up to get to the top of the pyramid, which is a single number which summarizes all these 22 indicators into a single number we call active aging index. So you would now be able to appreciate that not only we would be able to look at the top of the pyramid number, which is the active aging index, but we will be able to look at results across all 4 domains, and we will also be able to look at individual indicators. And in that way, we could appreciate the fact how one country is doing in comparison to the other. We could draw learnings, what one country that is doing better than the other countries, what policies may have been responsible in getting that country to perform better than others. Especially if your country, in this case, we will be looking at Portugal in great detail. If you are able to see that Portugal is not doing very well in comparison to the other countries, you want to know which individual indicators, which individual domain might be the reason why Portugal is not doing very well. And if you take that information to your policymakers, then already you are helping them identify policy priorities in their active aging strategies. Now, why is the active aging index useful? Because it helps us understand individual and environmental enablers of active and healthy aging across diverse population, lifestyle, and contexts. So because it has 22 different indicators and 4 domains, it helps us pick on all these different aspects of active and healthy aging and identify where one country is doing better than the other and what might be the policies responsible for one country to do better than the other country. So what we then do, and in a minute I will start showing you those results, that we can see the evidence for Portugal in comparison with other countries in Europe and elsewhere in the world. So we would be able to look at in comparison with other 27 European Union countries, as well as with Japan, China, and Korea in the Eastern Asian countries. Now, moving on to my second part, in which I would be giving you the results from active aging index so that we could help identify enablers for active and healthy aging. And is that all making sense? Am I going not too fast? It's fine?
No, it's perfect. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. So now in the first part, we have clarified what we mean by longevity. We also explained that longevity as such is not a useful concept because living longer is not interesting for us, but living longer with good health is more interesting for us. Otherwise, we become burden on our family members and we become burdensome on our public healthcare system, health and social care system. So what to achieve, to maximize on healthy longevity, we identify different factors which could help us live an active and engaged life. And that's why we started talking about the concept of active and healthy aging, because that helps us, that enables us to live a life in which we are trying to maximize healthy longevity. And then we talked about active aging index, and we say active aging index is providing us a framework in which we could review the relative position of Portugal to understand how policymakers in Portugal can go about improving active and healthy aging. So looking at this top of the pyramid result, in which we have summarized the results for all 22 countries into a single number, what we notice here is that looking at the top of the pyramid results, the Sweden, Japan, and other Scandinavian countries are ranked right at the top. And here we are looking at the results of all 4 domains, all 22 countries summarized in a single number. Okay, and if we then go on to see where Portugal is placed, Portugal is placed ranked 21 amongst the 33 countries, which is a little lower than the middle point, and that's that shows that Portugal, in comparison to other European and large Asian countries, has a great deal of improvement to make in active and healthy aging experiences. We also notice that countries in East Asian countries, especially not just Scandinavian countries, but other East Asian countries such as South Korea, are also ranked in the upper cluster of countries alongside Germany. What is important to note here, and still we are talking about that top of the pyramid result in which all results are summarized in a single number. We notice that the active aging index value for Portugal is about half of what you would expect for the best performing countries. If you see in column number 6, the active aging index value for Portugal is 45.4. And that shows that Portugal does less than half of what we are expecting our top performing countries to do, which is Sweden, Japan, and Finland. And that shows that there is a large scope of improvement in Portugal with respect to improvements in active and healthy aging. Now, the natural question then comes, what should we do to bring about this improvement? This is, and that's where this index become much more useful, because we can now look at the disaggregated results of the active aging index for Portugal and try to understand where policymakers can make an intervention to improve active aging index for Portugal. Before we go any further, let's also look at one important aspect, which is how men and women differ with respect to the experiences of active and healthy aging. And we found that active aging index for men is higher than women in all European and in almost all European and Asian countries. Especially the gender gap is quite high in Southern European countries, in Malta, Cyprus, Italy, but also in Portugal. And that to some extent was surprising, but that may be because typically countries in Southern European region, there is still the male, in many families in the earlier past, the male breadwinner model was in existence, where women stayed home and men were active in the labor market. Of course, that situation is fast changing, but this is a data for those who are old now. And we see that the reason why women are falling short is mainly because women still in many countries have lower employment opportunities later in their careers. So in particular, the employment rate for women aged 55 to 64 is much lower compared to the same age group for men, partly because women are required to provide more care at home, either to their children or grandchildren, or to their own partners. Very often, the care responsibilities rest with the wife, who is typically younger than the husband, and her employment prospects are affected by that. And because women's employment prospects are lower in many of these countries, at least have been lower in the past in these countries, individually, women also have lower pension income. So if we were to focus on just filling the gender gap, then we can already see large potential for improvement across the countries. In almost every country, the first potential for improvement is to start reducing the gender gap in aspects of active and healthy aging. And that's the first major conclusion already coming through from our work. Now what we do, we go about looking at individual domains, and I will go very quickly through 4 different domains so that we could understand how different countries are doing with respect to individual domains and with respect to individual indicators within each domain. If you try to visualize that picture we saw at the end, at the start of Active Aging Index, at the base we have indicators, then those indicators aggregate to domains, 4 different domains, and then all of that aggregate to the top of the pyramid to a single number at the top. So now we are looking at employment domain, and that's one form of activity. And we see that majority of the East Asian countries, in particular Japan and Korea, are doing remarkably well in this respect. They are doing as good as the top performing country in Europe, Sweden. And that already shows the fact that in Eastern Asian countries, a lot of emphasis has been put on employment aspect, which is a formal activity in the labor market. For Portugal, we see that Portugal has relatively low employment rates among older workers. Its position in this domain is 18th. Remember, in the overall, the position was slightly worse. So with respect to this, Portugal has a slightly better position in comparison to other countries, partly because it does relatively better in employment rates amongst older age groups. Now here, one aspect one needs to appreciate that some of these higher employment rates in older age groups are partly because of low pension income, and so people have no choice but to continue working so that they could supplement their low pension income with some wages. Moving on, again, we see that in particular with respect to employment, women fall short in comparison to women. In comparison to men. So women do worse than men when it comes to employment rate in the age group of 55 to 59, in the age group of 60 to 64, and in the age group of 65 plus. And we see that in majority of the countries, there is a high gender gap. So we could see that if we could fill in this gender gap in employment in later working careers, then already that could be a potential policy solution to address the challenge of shrinking working age population due to low fertility. Moving on to the second domain, which is about social participation. And here we talk about voluntary activities, we talk about care to children, grandchildren, care to older adults, civic and religious activities. And we noticed that Sweden, France, and the UK, the 3 major countries of European Union, UK is no longer member of European Union, but at the time when we were doing this, UK was very much part of the 28 European Union countries. So the Sweden, France, and UK does quite well alongside another largest Eastern Asian countries, Indonesia. For Portugal, we notice that the relative position to other countries is lower. It is ranked in the lower half of the ranking, and we notice now that Portugal is ranked 25th. So, and then what we could do, we could try to understand why Portugal may have been doing lower than other countries, and say we compare it to the best performing country in this group, which is Sweden. That could give us a sense that Portugal actually needs considerable improvements in the opportunities for voluntary activities. So although they need better opportunities so that they could improve upon their voluntary activities, proportion of people who are busy with voluntary activities after the age of 55. And we see another indicator where Portugal is doing relatively low in comparison to the best performing countries of, say, Sweden and France and UK, is civic and religious activities. So again, one needs to look at these indicators much more carefully and understand why Portugal scores so low in these individual indicators, which are voluntary activities and civic and religious activities. In comparison to care, the grandchildren care, and the care to other older adults, we see that Portugal does almost as good as the top performing country. So Portugal has, for care to children, grandchildren, almost 28% of the people carrying out that care service. In Sweden, it's slightly less. Similarly, we see care to older adults. There's a much better indicator. So you could say there are some good aspects in this domain that we identify for Portugal, and that they need to retain to continue having a good position relative to other countries. But there are two indicators where we see that Portugal falls short, and that's where social participation of older persons can be improved. Moving on to the domain 3.
Professor, can I just give you 2 seconds to relax and remind those who are watching us that they can, on the Facebook or YouTube, they can ask us questions. We will put those questions to Professor Asghar Zaidi as soon as he finishes the presentation, but we are already waiting for some questions. I have some here in my notes. But if you want, please feel free to make comments and put questions for us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very useful. Now we're moving to the third aspect, and that's about independent living. And this is one very fine aspect of active aging, in which the idea is that if we are able to live independent, self-reliant life, then that's another form of active aging. We see here that Ireland and Finland does very well in independent living, alongside China and Japan, the two major East Asian countries. For Portugal, we see that the ranking has gone even lower. It has now been reduced to a rank 28th in comparison with 33 countries. And this is largely due to low physical exercise indicator, the first indicator, which is 5.9 in Portugal, but if we look at, say, in Finland, is close to 49%. We also see another indicator, which is about independent living, which is home ownership. And we notice that home ownership is much less for older persons. And this is an important indicator, especially in the current context when due to COVID-19, we have seen the worst case of care in care homes, in institutions. So many people would, in the future, would prefer to live in their own homes. So this indicator of people not having home ownership or having the ability to make adjustments in their home so that they could continue to live within their homes for much longer time in their life, that we see is restricted in Portugal in comparison to, say, the good performing countries of Scandinavia, of Netherlands and in Ireland. Again, in this independent living, we see men score higher than women for almost all countries, especially where we see restrictions in activities of daily living and instrumental activities of daily living, and also financial situation indicators, because we have 3 indicators on financial situation of men and women, and we see men do considerably better than women in that respect. Let me just emphasize one aspect, and that's, I said it for employment as well, and now I'm saying that for financial indicators, that what data we are looking at is that data of those who are now 55 or older. And these are those people who in the past have accumulated employment histories and pension incomes. Moving forward, I expect that women will do much better compared to women of the past, and certainly compared to men of their time. So in that respect, we could expect that in the future, this disparity between men and women with respect to at least the indicators of financial income and employment will improve. Now, the 4th domain, and here we have different indicators that give us a sense of what capacity different countries have, what enabling environment different countries have with respect to active and healthy aging. Again, not surprisingly, Scandinavian countries, Netherlands and Japan do quite well at the top. China and Korea, to my surprise, actually are much lower than what I would have expected. So they are placed quite in the second half. For instance, China is ranked 20th and Korea is ranked 15th. Portugal, as you see here, is ranked, let me see here, is ranked 17, which is right in the middle of 34 countries. And the index value for this domain is 57.1. So again, we see that there is a great deal of improvement that one can bring about in Portugal. Again, women scores, well, quite contrast to other domains. Here we see that women does better than men. And that's partly because of the fact that life expectancy and healthy life expectancy is somewhat better for women in comparison to men. That's partly due to that. For instance, Portugal, we see women do 3% better than for men. So this is another reflection of the fact that with respect to some indicators, women do better. So there's a scope that such a change can be brought about in other indicators as well. Now, let me summarize what we have done. So we looked at, in this second part of my talk, we look at the evidence of the activating index. And we started by looking at the overall summary, the one number right at the top of the pyramid, which we call active aging index. And we looked at how some countries do better than others, and Portugal do somewhere in the middle, just lower than the middle. And then we look at the gender differentials in that overall number of the active aging index, and we see women does worse than men in that overall active aging index. And then we start looking at 4 different domains. The first one was employment. Then we look at the social participation. Then we look at the independent living. And the 4th one is capacity and enabling environment. And in each respect, I'm able to point out how Portugal fare in comparison to other countries, because in that way we can see in what respects Portugal need to do better, and in what respect Portugal may already be doing better and they need to retain their good position. Now, let's move further and draw some key insights for Portugal and for other countries. One aspect that stands out, that as far as the norms in the country and the context of institution and the culture, they matter strongly in what are the enabling factors for active and healthy aging. For example, in one case, we see that when we compare East Asian European countries to Scandinavian countries and Netherlands and the UK, we find that East Asian European countries, East Asian countries are mostly reliant on promoting employment in getting high levels of active and healthy aging. Whereas Scandinavian countries are able to not only maintain high level of employment, but also provide opportunities for older population in finer forms of active aging, like independent living and social participation. If we were to, from these results, were to draw policy goals, the first policy goal you could say is that countries like Portugal could rely on reducing the within country gap between men and women, especially in employment and in pension incomes. And in that way, you will improve the equity across the 2 genders. So that is the first goal, which is true for Portugal as well as for other countries, is to reduce differences within the population groups in your country. And the major identifier here is how there are differences between men and women. In my one other piece of work, I have been looking at differences between better educated and lower educated older individuals. And we also find that those with better education have better opportunities for active aging, whereas those with lower education have been left behind in getting opportunities for active and healthy aging. So that's the first goal. Now I want to move to the second goal. And this is about that we should continue to draw policy learnings from cross-country comparisons that I have just presented to you. So here I have been focusing on how Portugal fares in comparison to other countries. And you could see that already in a very short time, I could draw out what learnings one can draw for Portugal in comparing its results with other countries in Europe and in East Asia. And we have been using the active aging index, but one could use similar other indices, other metrics to draw conclusion. And that would give us a sense of how specific sectoral policies could be changed to improve active and healthy aging in Portugal. Last bit, I think in making improvements in the future, we need to start adopting what is often referred to as future back thinking. And by future back thinking, we mean we want to think about what future we want to live in when we will grow old. So in my case, in the next 20 years, I will be in that category. In your case, maybe many more years before you could be referred to as older individuals. But we need to start thinking of what changes we need to bring about to live in a world which is friendly towards older persons, which is helping us live an active and engaged old age life. One is we need to bring a change in our mindsets. I think we need to start getting away from that idea that people in their older ages are dependent on others. We have to drop that idea. In fact, we have to start thinking of in what way people can continue to contribute to their society, to their families, to their communities, to their countries, to their economies, and in what way we can help them stay productive. So this mindset needs to change, in which we don't consider people, a rising number of older persons, as a disaster in our society, but actually it's an opportunity for gain benefits from their experiences. But also it's extremely important that we need to bring improvements in age-friendly communities. And in that way, we want to empower our older persons. So it's not just the responsibility, not just rests with the individuals, but also with our policymakers, with our communities, that they become much more friendly to older individuals and empower them to continue contributing to their society. I will stop here with these broad conclusions, but I also want to say that if we want to bring about better policies, we need to invest in better data and improvements in monitoring instruments, so that we continue to see what changes we need to make. And I think Active Aging Index gives you a good sense of that monitoring instrument, because it can give you a sense of where improvements are required, what policies needs to be prioritized, and then it can also serve you as a metric which can show whether positive changes are happening in the society or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. First of all, let me share with you that the first part of this afternoon is totally in line with what you just said. We had Maria João. She's a professor, is a renowned demographer, and some of the results he mentioned is completely in line with what you said. During this presentation, I was looking at some numbers comparing us, for example, with Spain. My focus is the economical focus, so let's see how those we have more economical changes are performing on this, and also taking in considerations some results about men and women, thinking that it might has also to do with the models that we have to socialize people. But I have also here some questions from the public. And let me ask you something about how do you collect the data in terms of the Active Aging Index, because you shows us the difference between men and women, but can we also analyze in terms of another social differences? It focuses on people 65. When what is the age you start applying this Active Aging Index?
Thank you. The data comes from the sources which are comparative data sources, and they are collected by your National Statistical Office, but they are often compiled by Eurostat. So in the European countries, I make use of, for example, European Union Labour Force Survey. For the indicators of employment, I make use of European Quality of Life Survey, which is produced by another European institution, ESF, the European Science. No, that's the Dublin-based institute. So basically, data comes not from individual country-specific surveys, but those surveys which are considered to be comparable across European countries. So we use also the data from EU Silk, because then we are able to compare, we are able to calculate indicators which have the same definition across different countries. Then you asked a very interesting question, and we already started doing that work, that we should not just be restricting comparison within a country between men and women, but we should also be looking at other social groups. So we, for instance, in one of the papers, we have carried out now a comparison between low educated and high educated individuals in terms of their active aging experiences. And we find that often people with better education also have better access to active and healthy aging opportunities. So, for example, they have better access to employment opportunities, they have better access to civic responsibilities or voluntary activities, and similarly, they can take better care of themselves because of better pension income in retirement. They have better access to health and social care as well. So we come across this phenomenon that sometimes the vulnerabilities starts much sooner in life course, and they then accumulate as one gets older. And what we observe to be a disadvantage in old age is actually nothing but a combination of disadvantages that those people have observed earlier in their life course. So in that respect, that just an outcome, old age, that is just an outcome we observe in old age, but it's arising from disadvantages earlier in life.
This is why it's so, sorry to interrupt you, this is why it's so important to change mentalities now and invest in prepare the future generations to do what you said, the future by thinking, or preparing the future now.
Absolutely. Because
and focus on longevity.
Absolutely. Then we can bring about some changes now, earlier in life, and benefit from those positive changes for much longer period of our life. So if, for example, if you want to go about bringing about changes in which we improve the employment opportunities for women, not only that they will have a better access to employment then, but that would lead to much better outcome of those women when they get to the retirement stage and have their own pension income and better health outcomes. So in many ways, it's a life course phenomenon, and not just, it should not be restricted to just looking at one single phase of life in isolation.
I have here a question that talks about the how critical it is we have so many unemployed people in this active age between 15 and 65 is the two dates. How important, how big is this negative impact on our performance? Once we have employment is critical. They are unemployed here, and we know the pensions will not help us in the future. And what kind of suggestions you make in terms of public policies to
employment is an important part of active aging, one of the most important aspect of it, and very often having access to employment also improve other outcomes. So you have better access to health insurance, you have often better social network, and you often, with the better employment in later life, you have better self-esteem. And with time, it also gives you better pension income. So employment is extremely important. The only mistake we should not make that is that employment is the only important aspect of active aging.
Yeah, of course.
It's an important aspect, but there are other aspects that are also important. As for how to improve working careers, as to improve, how to improve employment amongst older workers.
As 40 plus, we can think, because we have this prejudice against these people, thinking like they are too old, they are too expensive, they are too rigid.
Yeah, no, that is the problem with our societies. Very often we have this age-based discrimination, which we also refer to as ageism in the labor market. In particular, ageism in the labor market is very prevalent, partly because of employers' attitude towards older workers, that they think they are less productive, and because employers are often failing to provide age-friendly work environments. A good evidence of that is that very often when older workers lose their job in the age group of say 55 to 64, then they find it very difficult to return to labor market because employers are not able to give value to their potential work. And this will be another major problem in the post-COVID-19 world, where employment would plunge to a much lower level, and where we expect that older workers may be put at a disadvantage in comparison to younger workers, partly because of, say, lack of proper training towards modern technologies. Younger individuals may be more adept at adopting new technologies, and that we need to watch out, that there should not be even a higher disadvantage for older workers in the post-COVID-19 world.
Yes. Another quite interesting question is, when we talk about longevity, we usually talk about those more developed countries. And we have here a question asking you to talk a little bit the situation in Africa, Latin America, or some countries in Asia. How they perform.
That's a very interesting question, because although on average we see that the life expectancy may not be very high, it may not be as high as in developed countries, but we have seen rapid increases in life expectancy even in poor countries. So this increase is happening without countries fully realizing its impact on their society. For example, more and more people would now live to an older age, although many of them would have a rising longevity. They may not experience, especially in countries which are low resource countries, which may not have provided them a good health and social care service throughout the life course. Then the same individuals who are surviving to a much older age will actually end up with lots of health and care needs. So this is a major challenge that less developed countries, low resource economies will have to face in the future, that those who are surviving till much longer age will be requiring much better health and social care needs, social care services, which countries may not be able to provide. So those countries, and I'm again not saying it's a disaster waiting to happen, what I'm saying is that those countries will have to look into bringing about policy changes now, strengthening their health and social care system, appreciating that more social investment needs to be made in the earlier phases of life so that the same individuals who are enjoying longevity should also enjoy healthy longevity. In fact, this distinction between longevity and healthy longevity becomes so much more critical in the context of low resource countries, especially in Latin American countries, but also in African countries.
Yes, I have an idea about the situation in Brazil. I know that in this case, all this movement to transform, if I can say it this way, to transform Brazil in an age-friendly country came from the civic society. What do you see the role of civil society in this age-friendliness of our countries? Not talking, because one of the questions here came about and was related with the participation. One of the areas that you focus on, active aging. One of the questions is exactly related to this. So why Portugal has a so low results in social activities? What do you see the role of each one of us changing the reality?
Well, it's civil society plays an important role, especially when the government institutions are weak. Then civil society can make people realize and could gather people around their own movements. So civil society can play an important role in helping older persons realize their potential, in helping older people mobilize and energize and be more active and engaged in the society. Also helping older people not just realize their rights, but also fight for their rights, their right of employment, their right of access to health and social care. So extremely important, the role of civil society. And civil society is nothing but you and me together, gathering around a single platform within an organization. Possibly because Portugal may not be doing very well in this respect, possibly because such organized activities are not as frequent as in other countries, because it's not just one or two individuals doing lots of good work in their community, but actually having a collective form in which they come together as a civic group, as a civil society group, to provide services to people and to the community. So in that respect, I would think that much more organization is required, where people can come together and collectively make better contributions towards promotion of active and healthy aging in Portugal. So that's where probably Portugal may be falling short in comparison to other countries, which has a much stronger tradition of civil society formations.
So it has also to do with our culture, if we can say that.
In many ways, yes, indeed. Yeah.
It leads me to another question that has to do exactly with this. Is asking if in your analysis of the data you take in consideration cultural differences. I put another question before that: is it possible, once you are dealing with national official data, is it possible take this to have this cultural analysis?
No. Well, there could be several different ways of doing this work. In my view, and what we thought would be useful, is to not try to measure culture, because that would be one thing to quite difficult, though there are practices, there are methods, we could do that. But instead of trying to measure culture and try to account for differences across cultures, we look at a common set of indicators. which we see as the indicators which are reflection of active aging, and then see how countries differ with respect to those indicators. And part of that we could attribute to differences in policies, and part of that could be just attributed to differences in cultures. So, for instance, we could see if we compare Italy to Denmark, we see that in Italy, majority of care services to older adults are provided by the family member. And that could be attributed partly to policy differences, that there are very little public provisions towards social care of older persons in Italy. So families will have to take care of their older adults, otherwise there will be nobody else taking care of them. But it's partly due to very family-oriented culture in Italy,
Yes.
where they want to take care of their elders in their own families. And that's, you could see that culture in Portugal as well. You would know better than I do in that respect. That there is very little public provision. So the difference between the other countries and Portugal and Italy could be because of the policy or could be because of the culture. So we don't want to get into that kind of discussion that is because of the policy or discussion. Our purpose is to show the differences and point to what policymakers could do to improve the situation. So our purpose is mainly towards providing guidelines to public policymakers to help them identify policy priorities and not get into the culture difference type analysis.
Just one little question related to that. I have someone talking exactly on this and asking if you do, and trying to synthesize the long question. Is it possible to have a difference in this public participation? Is it possible to have an analysis on religious engagement and non-religious or spiritual engagement? Do you have this data, this in different ways, or it comes all together?
No,
because
we
someone
have,
is referring that we go a lot to the church. We have the pilgrims in Fatima, so we have this feeling, and I share a little bit this feeling regarding to this parameter, because I was also waiting for a higher performance of Portugal in this parameter.
It's quite surprising that it has low, but it's partly because of the data. I think data is mainly about civic responsibilities and not enough about religious. But the way it has been asked is to put the two together. So unfortunately, in the data that we were accessing, there was not possible to separate them out. But we think it's mainly pointing to civic activities, which is about political participation at the local community level. So Portugal may not be doing very well in terms.
No, you're not, for sure.
And that's also coming back to the same area of civil society not being very active to Portugal, being sort of participatory in the local level policy making. So unfortunately, data may not, but if you have data like this, if somebody has data and is interested in such work, they can look at how, with respect to religious activities, Portuguese people does so much better in comparison to civic activity.
It leads me to another question for you. It doesn't came from public, is my question. I know that you are working in a, if I can say, spin-offs of Active Age Index for specific regions. In your perspective, and taking in consideration also the questions that are coming from the public, do you think that is more operative? We have like an Active Age Index for Iberia Peninsula or for Portugal. What is your experience? Because you are working with Beijing, if I'm not wrong. or you did the same for England or UK?
Yeah, there's a great scope because we know with respect to many policies is the regional level policy that matters. With respect to many indicators is the regional level policy that matters. So also in a large country, there might be differences in terms of cultures, in terms of norms. So it would be extremely useful if data exists to be able to see how different regions within the country operate and how there might be differences in those regions and how one region can learn from another region. We know this work has been done in Germany, work has been done in Poland, sorry, and also in Russia. Where subnational level of active aging index has been produced and challenge, and also in Italy, and differences have been explored about how one can learn from different experiences of different regions within a single country.
There is a overlap between the countries that have already any kind of strategy for longevity economy and these local experiences are active age index, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Very often such exercises are driven by the fact that people want to know how a disadvantage or a low active aging aspect in a single region can be improved in view of comparison with the other region and in view of comparison with the whole Europe or rest of the world. So there is, wherever there is this tension between, say, North and South or different parts of the country, there's more interest in doing subnational level of indices. And in many cases, that's of highest interest rather than doing. But as far as I'm concerned, one has to do this at the national level to start with, to compare
Yes, of
the
course.
national level, and then draw some further conclusions by embarking on additional work at the subnational level.
I have here another question is asking if we have any kind of comparison between public policies in terms of active aging and healthy aging. Do you do this difference between economically active and healthy aging?
In my view, the two terms are very similar. The two terms, again, sometime how do we go about operationalizing it to measure active aging or to measure healthy aging? We can use different indicators, but they are very similar. Very often, healthy aging concept put more emphasis on health outcomes and less on, say, employment. Whereas active aging is putting emphasis on employment as well as social participation and then aspects of healthy living, which is in the form of independent living. So again, as a public policy maker, I would not encourage anyone to be getting too bogged down in the details of what is the difference between active aging and healthy aging. And there are also terms used as successful aging or productive aging, but instead see which underlying indicators you are using to measure that aspect. And then you can name whatever you think is the best way to name it. But the main thing is how do you go about using the indicators in operationalizing that concept.
Professor, we are still living this COVID situation. I know this is a very open question, but I would like to have your analysis, your thoughts about the impact of COVID on aging and on, I'll call it sustainable aging. I think is a concept that brings together active and healthy. What's your thoughts about it? What do you think?
Yeah. Well, COVID-19 is most unprecedented. It has, in many ways, it has changed our ways of living. And most unfortunately, from the data that we have seen coming from Spain, Italy, and other parts of the world, that although older people may not be at a higher risk of infection, but if they are infected, then the mortality rate amongst them is high compared to younger children, especially those older people who have underlying health conditions, and those who have hypertension or diabetes or other heart-related diseases. So they suffer more from the infection, although they may not have a higher risk of getting infected to start with. That's one thing. The second thing, which was really heartbreaking, is to see that the poor situation of care homes became very obvious due to the infection and the impact of infection. That many of the care homes were not very careful in protecting the older persons living in those care homes from infection, and not being able to provide the care required once those individuals are infected with the virus. So all of this is changing our mindsets, that in the future we want to live in a world where we would not be exposed to such high risk of a pandemic as it happened for COVID-19. So in my view, majority of us would have this preference towards living in their own homes. And there it becomes even more important now that people invest in their own homes and make it more age-friendly, more accessible, even when they are not as fit and healthy as they might be when they are younger. So it becomes very important. What a concept we use is the aging in place, that you are able to age till the time of your death, living in your own home. And we know there is evidence that people prefer to live in their own homes, and it has become much more obvious that in the future people will, even a bigger proportion of people will have preferences towards living in their own home, dying in their own homes. So dignified death becomes so very important in this new context. One other aspect which many countries have already, even prior to COVID-19, countries have been putting emphasis on, is the community resilience. So the community building is families together in a single community become much more age-friendly, much more able to take care of each other, rather than reliant on a big state or leaving everything to an individual family. So that needs to be strengthened as well, that the communities are provided resources that they are able to take within a single community. They're able to take care of vulnerable older persons if they become vulnerable in such situations. So basically, through this, we have realized even more how important it is to be able to provide better care to our older individuals, especially if they're living in care homes, and able to better invest in communities rather than building new institutions of care.
Yes, it's not easy to do. Though let me have your opinion here. My personal perspective is, well, we need to change mentalities, and to do that, and I hope it's not a comment full of prejudice, but my feeling is it's easier to change the mentality in the stakeholders in the economical side of the society than in the political side. So
Absolutely.
taking in consideration that here in Portugal, for example, we will have elections. I'm not sure if it is this year or next year. And taking also in consideration that we had already discussed, we need to improve civical engagement. We see the results in the elections in Portugal. People are voting less and less, even in the older generations. So is my analysis is a social. We have here a social problem. You have a global perspective. You analyze different countries. What are and taking also in consideration that we have here people with us that are interested in this kind of reflections and debate. What suggestions do you give us? What can we change? How should we involve the younger generations? I have here a question on what will be the future, how the future generations will think about this and about longevity. So what tips you can give us to help us to change this reality?
Yeah, it's, as you said, it's easier said than done. And very often changes in our lives are happening at a much faster pace than changes in the institutions, than changes in public policies. They might still be existing in an old time. For example, the fixed age of retirement around, say, 60, 65 is in many ways is very old-fashioned.
Yes.
Because it basically is pushing everyone out of employment, irrespective of how productive or unproductive someone gets. So it's all based on a single age. And so we as individuals are transforming ourselves and becoming much more engaged and much more productive despite our age. But as far as the public policies are concerned, the institutions are concerned that are still fixed, forcing people get into retirement. So we need to continue finding ways that despite those outdated institutions, individuals need to self-organize, and that's where we talked about the importance of civil society, that people get together under the umbrella of civil societies and try to promote all these good ideas that can help them live a much more healthy, engaged, active, and engaged life. So I think it's lots of the solution lies in people's self-awareness, people's changing in the mindsets, becoming more aware of their rights in old age, becoming much more vocal in claiming those rights through civil society, becoming much more mobilized in their communities in which they see that young and old can live together, coexist, and can help each other. There are many good examples from all across the world, especially when they're talking about dementia-friendly communities, and when they are talking about intergenerational living, where young and old live together in a single apartment building and share ideas and resources with each other. So there are lots of useful ideas, and they need to be brought about depending upon the needs and the aspirations of people themselves at the local level.
Let me also tell to those who are watching us that we have here in Portugal, well, in Europe, we have this safe health friend and I'm missing one word, environments for aged people. Portugal have their own network, and it has the purpose to involve local government, civic society, people from the economical society, people from people from the political side of the society. We have this here already here in Portugal. So sometimes the question is how to publish the information.
Absolutely.
We have 3 minutes to finish. So if anyone wants to ask, you have a few minutes to do that. Let me also share with you all that it's clear. If I can sum up the afternoon thoughts about longevity and aging, it's clear that we need to change mentalities. This is the first learning. The second learning is we need to update what are the standards, what are the references that we have. We have this the first time of the afternoon. We were talking this, the age for retirement was defined in 1 century ago, and we're still living in this so modern and hugely different society with the same focus. This is a movement in UK. I don't know if you know. It's started with it started in the civic society, and at the beginning the movement was the age of no retirement. So the purpose was to engage people and give them tools to prepare their lives and to think about themselves. So this is one part of the story. Another one is clearly that we need to take care of our own longevity. I think the reality starts from there. One final point is, we see all the time people thinking or talking about baby boomers versus millennials more connected, more updated, more sexy, if I can say, in terms of marketing. And then the Z generation, the X generation, and now we have another one, is the perennial generation. What do you think, first of all, what do you think about these perennials? And how productive do you think that it is if we still on this debate one generation against the other? How does this help us to improve this longevity in our age-friendly society?
Well, there is often this issue is presented as if there is an intergenerational conflict, that when people are arguing for promotion of rights of older persons, it is misunderstood that they mean that those rights should be promoted at the expense of resources to be shifted from, at the expense of rights of other groups in the population. In fact, that's not what we are often meant. We mean that older persons' rights should be considered as human rights, and any society which is better in meeting those human rights will be more decent society, which would be more productive society. If older people are given better opportunities to provide services, to be engaged in the development process of a country, then the whole economic activity of the whole nation, the whole society improves, and that improves the employment outcomes of younger generation as well. So I like to think that the way these issues are presented need to be presented very carefully, so that they are not seen to be creating conflict between generations, but seen to be talking about something, an improvement that would happen in the society, which would improve everybody in its process. So if we are able to make better use of the potential of older persons in our society, then that society would become much more productive, it would generate more employment, and that would benefit the whole population and not just one subgroup. So it needs to, the lens needs to be changed. Lens needs to be changed, that older people's rights or older people empowerment processes should not be seen independent of the rest of the society.
Mm-hmm. Professor, thank you very much. I don't know if you have any final message, any final thoughts.
No,
I know that will be a lot to talk.
Yeah. What I would only say is that in my interview that will be published on the microsite of the web, people could have a look at that interview as well, because that provides lots of useful information, and that would also be translated in Portuguese. These slides that I have made use of, I will be providing them to you, and they can be supplied to anybody who's interested in looking at those slides themselves. These slides could also be translated in Portuguese if need be. So I'm very happy. And if I will put at the back of those slides my email address, if somebody has questions or want to do some joint work, then they can always write to me on that. And I thank the organizers. I thank you to giving me this opportunity, and I was very pleased to participate in this webcast.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was a pleasure. So let me go here. Well, this is the end of today. I hope all of you had enjoyed this brilliant presentation from Professor Asghar Zaidi. All the ideas and concepts and the challenge we had ahead. Portugal is one of the aged country in the world. I also want to remind you all that we have another conference on June 23 at the same time, 2 p.m. Lisboa time. We will have this third and final conference that will debate the regeneration and the role of generative medicine in longevity. These debates are promoted by Fidelidade and this Culturgest partnership. So thank you all. I hope you enjoy. Just to let you know also that Activate Index has a website, so you can go to the website and check another data there. Professor Asghar Zaidi, my friend, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Same here. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Good afternoon.